Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on more Insignia demo content. I probably need to spend a little bit of time rationalizing what it is that needs to get done today. Feels a little bit nebulous, and so I'm a little bit anxious. I'm also pretty tired today. I had an unhealthy dessert last night that just made me not sleep at all. Too late as well. Okay. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Welcome. Virtue vs. Vice, Kel Solo Drama, and also Tony Chopper on YouTube and 1313 on YouTube as well. Welcome. Some early chatters on the YouTubes. How's it going? Hey, Javine. Okay. I'm not going to waste too much time. Oh, I should say a big thank you to most recent follower, Microchasm, and most recent subscriber, Bilbo's Wagons. You know who you are. Thank you so much. Okay. So, let's bring up the Figma doc. So we're supposed to be doing demo updates today, and it's mostly just all this stuff that needs to get done. It's we already did all that. And it's not even 1 o'clock yet. So, arm and teleport away animation. I've been having a little crack at that this morning. Well, it's actually a teleport in animation. The teleport away is done. So, in a sense, I wonder if we could just cross that off. Technically done, best kind of done. Do you know who the Tony Chopper is? I don't know who Tony Chopper is, no. I know who Chopper Reed is. He's an Australian not folk hero, he's a real guy. He's a criminal. I don't know who Tony Chopper is, no. Okay. Wait, T-Bone? Is Tony Chopper T-Bone? I didn't even think about that. Is that you? Oh, from One Piece. Okay. Somebody different. I thought you were someone else. I knew somebody who was called Tony and they went by T-Bone Chopper. No, I don't know about One Piece. Okay. So, I don't want to do that. That's on my to-do list. I'm feeling a little bit tired today. So my brain is kicking and screaming to not do any of these tasks. It's like, I don't want to, don't make me. Which is tough. There is a couple of bugs that I think we could fix. Maybe we should start with that. There's not even a 25-minute bug. It's just like how about we just add a task called like ramble around fixing things. And I get 25 minutes of just whatever I want. Let's do that. Cool, we're on. So one of the fixes was in the, in one of the scripts for World Graph, fast travel, there's this moment where it's not unlocking the menu. I think this should be fine. Set locked false. Unlock. This here maybe. Set menu state open and then false. False being, is this for the reveal point of interest? and that false is from fast travel, and then true is from cutscene here. And then here, if I set menu state, this is going to close, and it's always going to do that. So, okay, I think I see what I've done here. This needs to say like false from cutscene, where false, again, let me just double check what that is fast travel. Yeah, I don't like that, but that's correct for what we're trying to do here. So actually, same thing here. In which case we don't actually need to do this. Sweet. Okay. In order to test that, we can quickly try just saving this. I was noticing there were a couple times where I was demoing the map to people on the stream, and the map would get stuck because it didn't unlock the UI after the cutscene ended. Ba-da-da-da. So it should open this. It was closing it, but it wasn't unlocking it. In fact, it should always unlock it anytime it closes. I guess that's just like a given. So now we go to the map, and you should be able to close the map and interact with the map just fine. Either way, it's fine. Explicitly setting it to be unlocked is whatever. It would be cool if hovering over a map icon made like a little label show up on like what you're focusing. That could be cool. Why did I decide to make a game? It's a great question. That would be actually really cool if I did that. Let's do that. I love fantasy, and I've always wanted to be involved in making fantasy, and I like animating and programming, so it felt like the best fit for that fantasy was a game. I've always wanted to be a game dev. As soon as I realized that people could make games, I wanted to make them. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much the answer. Do game developers make money like other devs? It depends on the business. If you're me, you make very little money because I haven't released my game yet. If you work in a startup, you might make some money, you might make nothing. If you work in Microsoft, you probably make a lot of money. It just comes down to what you're trying to do, who you're working for. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's as certain. That's the difference. What is this reticle container? If I open this up. Okay, it's actually disabled right now. What is it? Oh, it's like a bigger. I already had one of those. Oh, and it goes white when you move, interestingly. I mean... I don't know. I do like it. I just don't know if I need it anymore. So strange. That I knew that I wanted this feature. It's there. If I push this, if I just move it to here, and then like hide this one, and then show this one, I wonder what happens. It's kind of cool, the idea of it like zooming, becoming more opaque when we move. I don't know why it does that, but I like it. But then it doesn't come back. Okay, well, let's... It's fine. Yeah, I mean, it's like any business. I think the difference is... Oh man, you're going to get me on a little chat here. My brain so badly wants to just chat about this. You don't do game dev to make money. Or at least, if you are doing game dev to make money, it becomes a lot more like any other business. If I was just doing it for money, I wouldn't be making this kind of game. I would be doing a lot of different things. I'm doing this because I enjoy doing this. I'm doing this because of what I think long term, like this isn't a programming job. This is like my creative business where I'm producing intellectual property and leading a team and developing a studio. That's business ownership. You know what I mean? It's not just I'm a software engineer or something like that. It's not like that. It's like this is like a long career development, goal. And if you're doing something like that, typically it doesn't make money early. It makes money long term. Like I'm trying to build a Nintendo. You know what I mean? If you don't mind me asking, what genre would you go for if you were just solving for money? I mean, I would probably make something that felt like Balatro, that I could update frequently. Maybe something that had microtransactions, like an indie-ish looking game that had like either gacha mechanics or, just something like that. If I didn't care, if I was just like, let's make money, I would just create the best Skinner box I could make. But there's a difference between like, do you want to make money long term or do you want to make money like now? Like if you want to make money long term, like don't even make games. Like transition from making a game to like trading in crypto or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like there are better ways to make money than producing products. And at that point, you're not making money, you're sort of like pooling money, go just like invest in businesses or whatever. If all you care about is money, producing things is a hard way to do that. So like, for me, what I want to produce is the most value. And in a perfect world, value converts to money. But for me, I'm not trying to solve that, because building my brand or whatever, building my game company may produce so much value that it's profitable, and that profitability is enough to like outweigh what I would have done by myself. But it's a much riskier path to that long-term revenue. And there's also still like, if I was Nintendo, if I did build something that big, it would probably still need a lot of, maybe not shareholders, but like, you would have a board at one point, and then it becomes harder to just like take the money out of it. It's just not, I think like solving for having the most possible money it's not an enjoyable affair, I think. For me anyway. It's not something that I enjoy doing, even when it comes to the game. This game, funding the game and making sure that I get the most revenue at the end is not enjoyable for me. It means I have to be extremely careful about who I work with, about how they're paid, about the contracts that I sign. It means I have to be very selfish about the splits, the terms. And it means sometimes caring about things that actually the game doesn't care about. Like the game doesn't care about who worked on it. The game cares about its quality. Or I should say the audience cares about the game's quality. But because I, like inadvertently, by putting in 8 years into development before I brought the team on, it became something where it's like, well, I'm stuck in a position where I have to be selfish in making sure that I don't, give away all of the value I've created just to get over the finish line. Like I've put a lot of effort in without getting paid for it. In fairness to me, I should be probably getting the most out because I am the creative lead. I have the most risk. I have the most responsibility. I'm doing the most work. Like at that point, sure. It's just, that's not enjoyable for me to think that way or work that way. What would be enjoyable is just like being in a team and us doing our best, and then the game is good. Okay, so let's keep going. I did not sleep well last night, Swizz. Today is not the day where we get everything done. All right, so we're going to do labels. Oof. Well, that'll do. Where's my focus label? There. Now, that's not quite right because it's actually the world center. So actually, it's not closest. It should be hovered node. And then it'll be if hovered node is the reticle within the bounds of any node. Let's try that. They don't know what's going on. Reticle pause is, this should be world to graph. Nope. All right. I think this is like Campos is graph position center. So actually, we could just say, instead of reticle pause, we could just say Campos. Ah, that's actually correct, as long as if it's visible. There we go. I am pretty speedy these days. I've been doing a lot of work trying to get better with my keyboard. Not just moving through like VS Code, but through Windows as well. Like if I want to go back to VS Code, I just do this. I don't even touch my mouse. So it's actually not hidden. It's visited. That should be right. Visited or current. There we go. That's very kind. Oop. If you shouldn't show if there you go. Pretty cool, huh? It's not hard. Is that hard to create one scene? It's not hard to create a scene, no. Do you know what we could do? We could start thinking about localization. That would be, that's crazy if I did that. Why would I do that? I mean, all these places need names. So like Armin's house. You know, why is it called that? Is it because of the scene name? Is that what I'm doing? It's the reference name, which is a hidden string that is set by what? The reference path. Taking the scene path to name. So right now it's really hard coding that stuff. It really doesn't know what it is. And these names, these places, if they're going to have names, those should be localized. So maybe it would be a good idea. First, I'm going to commit this because it's cool and it works. To adds labels to map hover. Just having a think. Let's just do a really quick thought about strategy for localization. There's multiple 13s here, but anyway. Okay, localization strategy. Let's start with GPT. Let's ask it how games do this. Yes, that's correct. Can you give? Yeah. Hey, Good Heart Flame, welcome. Oh, thank you so much. That's nice. Thanks. This is so what you're hearing are a series of, like, if I go to my music folder, I've got like downloaded albums, and then I've just taken all of the sounds, all of the tracks from all of the albums and put them in a playlist, and that playlist is here. But these were all downloaded. These were all bought and purchased and downloaded from links on GameChops.com. So you can go to their radio on YouTube, but if you go to like GameChops.com and then you go to albums, it's just a series of albums from here that I downloaded of, you know, games that I like, and particularly like some of the older ones, like any of the Chill, like Stardew and Chill. I've got, I don't have the Zelda tapes. I think I have one of them, but I don't typically listen to it. I don't like the jazz ones, but like I've got to keep going. These are all still pretty recent compared to the ones I was getting. Like Lo-Fi Kingdom, I think we're listening to that right now. Choco and Chill 2, I got that. Legend of Chillwave, I've got that. Souls and Chill. You like jazz? Yeah, mostly these ones from like 2023. A lot of these ones are pretty good. Just trying to keep it, you know, the whole point of Game Chops is it's supposed to be kind of like listenable while you're working on stuff. And I think that the chill genre, the like, I don't know what you call it, the chill step stuff tends to be pretty good. And then as soon as you go into like jazz or lullaby, it gets a little bit, lo-fi, that's what I'm thinking of. As soon as you get beyond that, it's kind of harder for it to be ambient and still interesting. So I don't know. I think I'm just not super on board yet with all those other, because they're just recycling. Like the thing is, there's only so many like Nintendo classics. And I don't know if I want like 6 versions of like Song of Storms, you know what I mean? In the playlist. Like jazz Song of Storms and lo-fi Song of Storms. Wait. Oh, this is Lost Woods. For a second, I was like, did I just invoke a track into existence? And now I don't want to listen to it. Memphis theme, that's a good one. Okay, so localization strategy. What I'd love to do in the game is have a replacement system. So I want to write the game in English, and then I want the game to be able to say, hey, I will replace this text that's been written in English based on its GUID. The problem is I don't have a GUID system for all the text in the game. So like I don't have a GUID system for the names of scenes. Let's do a quick mock-up. We already sort of know what we want. So keep everything in English while developing. Replace English text with localized text based on player setting. Use GUIDs and scriptables to store these text things. Now, a question I have is there a standard for the Unity scriptable object? I mean, it's close to JSON. I don't know. Let's ask what it's built on. What is the Unity scriptable object file type standard based on? So it's YAML based. Okay. Will variables from the game be a problem with other grammatic? I don't know what that means. So an example here would be these conversations, right? These are dialogues, and I've written this in English, but this dialogue, when I look at it in the Explorer, the dot asset maps to a bunch of GUIDs. So there's text that lives in this GUID or against this GUID that's stored here. And I can just say, hey, this GUID, the text that's in the event at that will be replaced with this text from this localization file. The problem is, I don't really like this system for how we're saving it. The good news is, it's very easy to just serialize some JSON and either replace this stuff, or it shouldn't be hard to version this and to phase it into something that's a bit more, I guess, like holistically easy to do. Like we can change the strategy midway through the game. It's not going to break anything. It might take like a weekend. So what we're going to do is, I guess what we want to store is, it's really just GUID text. You don't like Unity's localization package? I've never used it. I've never even thought to use their package. Localize. That doesn't seem particularly good. I don't really like this. It looks awkward. I think this would be good for like a simple game, but for a game with like tons of dialogue, like there's no way I'd want to use an interface like this to do that. Like string tables doesn't seem right. There's so much text in Insignia. I just think, I just don't know if this... Maybe I just have to understand it a bit better. Actually, I'd love to do some work on the Unity overlay today, maybe a bit later. Keep everything English. So I think what I don't like about it is I would expect to I don't know. Let me keep reading. Create a string table. Do this localization tables window. In the name field, give the collection a name. Create choose directory to generate the assets. I think to me, it feels like what this is doing, and maybe I'm totally misunderstanding. I mean, I likely am. That, like, use table entries. Oh, it just seems like, what the hell am I looking at here? Like, what? Look at all of this. What are we doing here? There's a few things happening that I think we would want to manage. So one is like, there's like the architecture. For storage. Then there is the any kind of like markup for variables inside of the text. There's a consideration of like workflow while developing. Which also comes down to like maintenance. This kind of lives under here. So what I would expect to do is have like some sort of structure, right? Here is the game. Here is all the text in the game, right? It's not like a table. It's just like a database full of records. Every record relates to, this is EN, and every record has like some GUID and then some text. And I think what I would want to do is, you know, you'd have like a ton of these. And maybe I would want to do something like categorize them. Like this is menu, this is dialogue, this is something like that. Blah, 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 blah. And then I would have like a big option, not big, but like literally I would have an option to add a new language. It might be German. Okay, so if we're going to do German, now what we have when we do that is all of these GUIDs maybe like the English text and then like what it would say, what it needs to say in German. I think that's DE, isn't it? Deutsch. And this interface, I would want this to be like not even inside of Unity. Like go do this somewhere else. Give this to like a localization company and let them fill this in. And so the game only cares about, hey, I just have, when the game's trying to like run something, the game says, I have a GUID that represents some text. Please, localization system, I want the EN version of this GUID. Please give me this. And the localization system says, here it is. And that's it. And if I change this to the Deutsch version, I get the Deutsch version. But nowhere inside of Unity should I be able to... I don't want to do this inside of Unity. That seems insane to me. Like this stuff here, I just don't want to see it here. I just feel like it shouldn't even be editable inside of Unity. I feel like it should just be like, hey, this is maybe like the English version that you wrote, and this is its GUID. Maybe there's like a button I can press to load everything in French, to view everything in French. But that would just be doing some sort of like, it wouldn't be in the editor. It would be in the game. Would it be a thing I would make a YouTube video for? Maybe. I don't actually think I should be the person writing this. I think this should be like someone else that I pay to write this, or someone else who I pay to use an off-the-shelf solution that I agree with, and they just handle it. Like I should be outsourcing this, but since it's what I have the energy for today, I just want to think about it. Just because it's fresh, and that's exciting to me. Because ultimately, this needs to be something where there's a kind of interface, right? I want this to be something long-term. It would be great if we could do like crowdsourced validation, at least, of these things. No, I've spoken to partners, like full companies that do this, and they don't do GPT. Although I've seen people recommend. Actually, I was at Play Now in Melbourne, and a team of people from China who were making games, when we were talking about it, they said, don't hire someone to do it. They'll do a terrible job. Start with GPT and get them to check it. They were saying that Silksong in China was so bad because a human tried to screw around with it too much. And he's like, think about how much money they had to do this right, and they just got in the way. Like would have been better to do straight translation, because the person in Chinese who did the translations for it overexerted themselves trying to make it more expressive, and it's not accurate. I don't know if anyone would agree with that or how popular that sentiment would be, but it was an interesting thing to hear in a room full of like developers. No, it's like they produce the GPT slop. Well, the thing is, it's not slop. Like, if there's one thing GPT is good at, I'm not here trying to defend GPT, but if there is one thing it's good at, languages it's pretty good. Like, that's like the one thing that you can pretty much guarantee. If you give it a string of characters, if you give it a sentence in English, it'll give you that sentence in French, Japanese, German, whatever, no problem. It's not gonna, and it's probably not going to accidentally get the wrong version of the word. You know, it's probably not going to accidentally mistranslate the way that like Google Translate might. And I know that like, and the fact is, you can qualify it with a prompt. You could say, hey, like in this scenario, I want you to translate this way. Yeah. So the thing is, there will be, I will have to go through a process before the game releases where, yes, we're paying somebody to do the job. And before release, players have the chance to, just like they do with Duolingo, or used to do with Duolingo, players have the chance to review the game and say, hey, this made sense to me as someone who's bilingual. I thought this was a good translation, 5 stars, or this was a shitty translation. Maybe this conversation in the game was translated really poorly. I don't really like this. So like, it needs to be human validated from the outside, from players. Before the game releases, there needs to be like a thing. And it would be great to be able to have that be something we could phase, like patch in changes to the localization, so that like maybe before release, we get it to like any language where we're like 90% sure we've done a really good job, that just launches with the game. But like anything that we're not 100% sure on, it just goes on the back burner until there's enough confirmed, validated translation to get that over the line to like 95% quality. And then we launch that version, and maybe there's like a patch at some point or something like that. I don't really know what like the best way to do it is, but that's, I think, how Duolingo used to do it. They would have like, you could have like beta languages, basically, beta translations, and then you become a beta tester for the translation system. Insignia has like so much dialogue, and not just that, it's got dialogue that's not just written in plain English. Like there are characters who speak with accents. There are characters who deliberately speak more archaically than other characters. So there are characters who speak in English, but who in the game would probably be speaking a different language to the other, like the language, that the common tongue in the game is their second language, and they speak some other language natively. So their speech is supposed to be broken speech. Do you know what I mean? It's like stuff like that. You have to really have someone who understands what they're looking at, but to translate that correctly. Yeah. Oh, 100% you would never just say, hey, AI, translate this whole game. Thank you very much. Push it out the door. You would never, ever do that. I don't even have any plans to use AI in the localization. I'm just saying, if someone was making a small game, it actually wouldn't. I don't think it's as bad a strategy as some might think to start out with AI. I'm not saying I would do that. I'm just saying, based on my understanding, it feels like it's not the worst thing in the world. You definitely have to validate anything that any AI creates before you publish it. Certainly. So, this should be the other way. It should be out this way, back this way. Cool. So, yeah, like I would love to build I would love for there to be like a little web platform or something, you know, where there's just like, I don't think Google Sheets is the way to go. I think how do I put this? What even is localization? Oh, localization is just translation. It's just different languages for the text in the game. But it can be more than that. Hey, Nina the Blue. How's it going? Hey, thank you so much. So localization means like, hey, you want your game, this is all in English. Someone's going to play the game in French. how do you make all of the English text be French text when they try to play the game? It's surprisingly not something that's like, I mean, there are solutions, but it can be pretty deep, this stuff. And different depending on the context of the game that you're making. Some games need just menus, right, that have in-game text. Some are like books. So yeah, I think I don't expect somebody who's localizing the game to need Unity to do that. I don't think so. In my mind, there's like, I'm going to just like take one abstraction step up from this conversation and talk about something else for a second. I can't believe that Excel and Google Sheets, a better way to say this would be, I can't believe that spreadsheets are like the like primary way we do data. I know that, well, that is like, what's the word? Consumer facing databases. This is crazy to me. Like back in uni, we were learning to do like SQL, which is a better, thanks Kirkwood. And I've done like Meteor. Is that what it's called? Meteor? It's been a long time ago. Like a few different, or Firebase. These are like proper, like actual database solutions. There's also like kind of technically in the middle, it's also like Microsoft Access. Some way, somehow you need to store a bunch of data. And you need that data to be not just stored well and fast, but you also need it to be accessible. So what is this way where you can create consumer friendly and efficient? Hey, Kirkwood, that's awesome. Welcome, thanks for the sub. So this is like consumer friendly. I guess Access could live over there. And then like production ready. Shouldn't there be something that is both of these things that's not spreadsheets? That's what I don't understand. And I know people have like Notion. Like Notion is kind of this thing in the middle. Or like Obsidian. I think for me, the thing that I'm kind of, what I don't understand is I make definitions all the time, and I do that in Unity, right, with classes, and then I make instances of those classes. Yeah, Mongo is another one, right? MongoDB. You can certainly wishlist the game, Kirkwood. And you can do that by typing in wishlist. Yeah, so the way that I like to think about these things is almost like UI first, just because I'm a ridiculous UI designer. For me, it's like I work out the schema by doing the UI first. I'm like, I want a field for this. I want a field for this. I want to be able to see this. I want to be able to see that. And then that tells me what the database needs to have in it. And I wish there was a WYSIWYG database. I wish there was a way to be in Figma and say, hey, Figma, here are a bunch of property names. Now make this a table. And then also set up a, I mean, you could do this with GPT, but like set up a web page where I can load in this stuff. It's just it's the data entry and retrieval process. Like the solutions exist and they're good, but the in and out part, the consumer touching part, is the part that's, I don't understand why it's bad. Right, you're describing a custom application, but what I'm expecting is, why is there no application that lets you make your own applications? Do you know what I mean? Like, like the way that like Google's material design is like a, yeah, I've tried MaximSP, but MaximSP is for audio. Like, I want a solution that can be a spreadsheet or it can be a thing with fields. Do you know what I mean? Like a spreadsheet is a database. It's just, it's one kind of database, and it only has, you can only do the things with it that it knows how to do. But like, why can't I tell it how to do more things? You know, why can't I say, hey, this is a database right now, but like a spreadsheet right now, but let me just like take all of these as records and show them, just display them in a different way, one field at a time in a UI. Do you know what I mean? Maybe it's really hard to explain. Because like of course you can build an HTML front end or a node based, maybe it's a Node.js thing. Like, what I'm saying is the idea that like you have a database and then you write a front end to interact with the database is weird. Why is there no thing where you can just, you define the database by building the front end? I know what I mean. I know what I want. It's just like, can I be bothered? You have no idea. Okay. Hypercard. No, I don't know what that is. Yeah, it's just like, because for me, I would do it this way. Let me just explain. This might just be like Adam is a UX designer and he likes to think in UX ways, and that's all. He just needs to offload this to somebody else to build it, which is fine. I actually think that's something that I probably, maybe I should just be doing that. So like what I would do is I would have like, I mean, let's do it, right? Let's just like let's do the storyboarding, the thumbnail design for what this system would be. So I would say like, okay, well, there's like a GUID, which is a field, a text field. Okay, new Pomodoro. This one is called Concept Localization Front End. Go. So, all right. So I would say, what the heck? Is it Alt-I, Command-I, Shift-I? Is it Shift-I? No. Is it, oh, Shift-X? There we go. Okay, so I have like some GUID, Maybe there is, and then I would have some text, right? And then this would be, I guess, like there's the EN text. And then there's the, you know, localized text. Let's right align these and then do this and then do this. Let's make this a field like that. Okay, so I got these three things like that. And maybe I would make this a lot wider and say these are aligned this way, and then this and this, this and this and this will fill the container, and then this and this will also fill the container, and that will also fill the container. Okay. And then maybe these will also fill on the height. Sure. Evening. Maybe there would be some kind of brief, which is like a shorter amount of text where I talk about what I expect. Yeah, it might be an Access thing. It could be Microsoft Access. You know, do you sell prints? I bet you can make a lot of passive income doing that. We've talked about it, yeah. It's on the way. And then I'd like to be able to have this link upwards to some kind of parent. So whatever data structure owns this thing. Like a link back. Maybe we would even have some scenario where this has like 20 and 20, and it's got some sort of a fill on it that looks like this. Maybe it's a lot wider than that. I'm expecting it would have a title, but maybe not. I like in my dialogue structures, you would need it to be like this. So it's like dialogue, dialogue, dialogue. And maybe you would actually do these side by side, like I was saying before. You would have your like or whatever. This would be the title. I still think you would want... Why is that not? Ah. Maybe you would even put this and this like this. Cool. That's what I would expect. Maybe this brief would be a lot longer. Maybe it's like space for me to write a bunch of stuff in it, if necessary. Maybe the brief would be something that lives at the parent level. Maybe it's not. Maybe we could have space for a brief, maybe. Maybe for me, it would be like not automatically there. It would be something you could toggle. Like a little plus. So it would be something like you would see like maybe this. Just delete that altogether. Maybe even the GUID would be hidden. So maybe actually for like conversations, it would be more like this. And then you would have some sort of a little row on the top, or you want this to be as flowing as possible, right? So you want this to be like as close as possible to each other. And then maybe on the left side, you would have like another column. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. So you would have like, take this and this, put them in a new thing like this. Take this, delete. Take this, shrink, get rid of this. This becomes, well, the brief is not going to fit there. Well, you could display the brief here. The GUID can't be, it's not text you can enter. So that's fine as well. It'll just be like, blah-de blah-de blah. And then you would have some sort of like toggle, I guess. I don't know what you would do with that. So then you would have this. like that. That's better. But the thing is, the big picture is you're going to need to be able to navigate across different conversations in the game. The CSV would have like 30,000 entries. You don't want to read 30,000. You don't want to be scrolling through a 30,000 line CSV. Hey, Sophomaya, thanks for the sub. That's just not like an interface anyone should be using. And there's no way to like, I mean, like a spreadsheet is just an interfaceless like database. That's just what it is. It's just the database with all the fields laid bare. You're just saying it should be a relational database, which, like, it should just be a big table. Yeah, of course it should be a big table, but but like, you need the thing is, the reason why you wouldn't do it in a spreadsheet is because you need every language as well. So the whole point of being able to do definitions and making your own tables is that you could say, hey, here's a key. Right now, it's not localized. It's, hey, we're doing English to Japanese. I don't need to say French while I'm doing Japanese. But in the database, the English and the Japanese and the French or whatever could be all stored against each other. But you would never want to see them next to each other if you're the French guy. You don't need to see the Japanese translation next to you. What you want to do is drop in, look at English and French and go translate, 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 translate. And then the Japanese guy is doing the same thing on his side and you're just pushing. You just load Japanese CSV. Yeah, but what if I change the English text? Now I have to change the text across all the CSVs at the same time? I have to cross-manage all of these separate CSVs that they're not relational to each other. So if you make a change somewhere, you have to go through and change the other tables. You guys aren't thinking in computer science here. That's not good architectural design. This is a huge job. That, like, I want to share this piece with you. I wrote it based off the artwork in the frame. Reminds me of Magical Ruins. Okay. The artwork in the frame. You mean this? This artwork behind me? It's cute. But it says that you used somebody else's inspiration. It says you used Ivan Duke. What's going on here? I'm just kidding. You can have more than one source of inspiration. Oh, a piece of music. This is music? Am I... Oh, I see. It is good music. It's very fitting. It's nice. It's pretty. Thank you. Okay. So. So I imagine this would be something like it would be like that, and then like another one. Like that. Maybe you would just hover for the brief. Okay, so that seems pretty reasonable. And this would all be stored somewhere. You got GUID, you got brief, you got English text, localized text. You have some parent. PO files, PO editors. Never even heard of PO. What is PO? .po files. Portable object file. Text base. Commonly in software development. Referenced by Java programs. GNU text. I mean, why not like something like JSON? Same thing, right? All the localization tools are built around using PO files. Oh, okay. Well, if PO files are what the standard is, then maybe we would use them then. No, I don't encrypt them. I actually deliberately moved from binaries to JSON for the save data for the express purpose of making it human readable. Message ID, message string. Okay. That seems pretty reasonable. A portfolio. Most localizations use the English string as the key. Yeah, but that's so reckless, because if you ever change the English string, you're screwed. Like, how could I... Is it to force you to retranslate it every time you change the string? Because the reference gets lost at that point. In theory, no, it would still be the key. You'd have to dirty the translations. But that's what I guess that's an interesting concept of like, if the string is the key and the string changes, the key is now wrong, which forces it to be dirty. Maybe that's the logic. Like, the key will be missing because you changed it. So it needs to be retranslated. I still think it would be better to just do GUIDs. That have, this is what else you would do. You would have like the last updated version or something. You lose out though on edge cases where one English word might have two translation meanings based on context. Oh, but you don't translate, this is what I'm saying. Like, you don't translate words. You translate contexts. So like, I wouldn't have a table that said like menu and then the Japanese word for menu, and then I just load that into the game. It's not a translation. Like when I go here, I don't say, oh, this word equipment, everywhere that we use the English word, we use the Japanese word. I would say, this is the journal. The journal has 8 buttons, and the 8 buttons have labels. These are what those 8 buttons are. And you have to localize the buttons. You never... But like, the whole point of this would be, the person reading this would know the context inherently. So I would say, like, I would probably provide inside of this thing a screenshot maybe of where it's going to live, or some sort of like in-game reference for them to see. Or I would provide in the brief an explanation of what it is they're translating in the show brief. I would have a drop down or something that was like, that allowed them to like see what they're translating. Because if it's just like a bunch of words, they're going to do a crappy job. Especially if you're storing the data by those words. That's not right. And yeah, as a primary key, if you have 2 contexts where the same string is being used, you screwed it. Whereas like this deliberately doesn't have context. This is just like a unique thing. And then the unique thing stored against it has the context. And the context is languageless. The game doesn't care about what language you're using to show these 6 buttons. These 6 buttons are in the game. And you give them labels. In fact, I feel like the brief thing in this, if this was a UI, I would show the brief first instead of being like, before you were even able to enter text, I would force you to look at the brief. Or maybe there would be a way to play the game and see the GUIDs of all the things, or like have a link where you click on a thing and then it opens up the localization at that string. That would be good. At that GUID, it just opens up a web-based viewer and takes you directly to the place where it is. So what I would want to see is maybe a view that's like something like Windows-stat, where it's like a file tree. And then underneath this, you would have like a have this, and you would have this. This would be like that, and this would be together, and this would sit there, and it would be fill container. So now you know how far along this particular thing is. But like, the job requires this. I don't really know what you mean by that. That's the job like, fans can do it then. If someone's not going to get, if I'm paying someone and they don't, if I can't pay someone to look at the game that they're translating, what are we doing? And the point about this, the reason why Google Sheets is dumb, is that I can make this so brainless that looking at screenshots is just inherently there when they're trying to do it. Like, maybe I show the preview just visually anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like, this doesn't have to be a scenario where, as a UX designer, it's my job to make their jobs easier. You shouldn't have to be like some super genius to just read a word in a language that you know, or look at a part of a game that you're translating and like, do your job. I don't know. Otherwise, why would I pay anybody to do it? I would just crowdsource it. I think cynicism is like, it can be like it's a pointless tool to say like, hey, this is what we want to do, but it probably won't happen. It's like, well, what's the point of even talking about it then? What are we doing here? I'm just imagining that most translators who do this as a job probably get paid X amount per words. So if there's any industry standard that lets them move through a page of dialogue very fast, they probably won't love this much context. I'm not trying to say it won't happen, just trying to put myself in their shoes. But that's, again, like, how could you ever, what is the value of designing? Like, what do I do with that information? Do you know what I mean? Let's just say you're right. I don't provide context. Like, what is the value of that? And yeah, I agree, actually. Taking this to a translator, to a localization company, and saying, hey, like, what do you use? Like, what has been your best experience translating a game? And then just modeling what we do based on that. I think that's probably the best idea going forward. I think it's valuable to consider how they already work and what would make the localization process cost more than you can afford or wish to spend. I think empathizing with the user, in this case, who's the translator, is always good. I would agree with you 100%. But expecting someone to not do what I'm paying them to do is not part of that use case, in my opinion. Like, the question is, like, do they like doing what they normally do? Do they like translating that way? Is that a good, do they enjoy it using Google Sheets? My job here is not, my primary job for Insignia is not make smart business decisions. My primary job is make sure the game is good. The smart business decisions is the second order priority. Hey, Solo Kale. Thank you so much for the sub. Like, getting my money's worth happens when I know that everyone has what they need and that the work is getting done. I don't want to save money on someone who's doing a bad job by default. Like I said, I just crowdsource it at that point. Okay, no worries. I just want to be clear, like, I'm not saying, I'm actually agreeing with everybody in terms of what steps we would take. I just don't understand why we would be cynical about it. What is going on here? I'm copying this. It's vertical down. This is vertical down. Copy, paste. Why does that, which is going down, not go underneath? That's fine, but that should go, it's going down. Interesting. Okay, I guess it wasn't going down. Now it is. I think you would want to be able to do briefs at the top as well. I feel like this needs to be also like this. But you've already got your GUID. There should just be like a brief that's in text. I'm just having fun today. Thank you, Solo KO. Thank you so much. Have I offended anybody with any of this thinking that I'm doing here? This is as much about me understanding what my needs are, as it is about me like, I'm not really trying to build this for anybody, at least not right now. It's just like hey, how would I want to do it? You know what I mean? Like, how would I want to see this? If I was translating it, what would I want it as? And if that doesn't exist in an off-the-shelf solution, like, maybe I would invest in it. It's not that much work, is it? I just can't, like... Look at how many words are in the game. Right now, I think this is just in chapter 1, 13,000. That's a lot of words. That's a good question, Ian. Yeah, I guess if this is a conversation, then it needs to have the same thing as it would in... I ate a clinker, not today, I ate one yesterday. But maybe today is Did somebody redeem a clinker today? I don't think so. Oh, Eyes did. Eyes redeemed one. Are you here, Eyes? I don't even see that. Pink one. Okay. Thanks, Lazy. Lazy's not lazy. You actually got it, too. Young cat in a field by a tree. Nope. Cool. Easy done. Hey, Fatal Moments, thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, so like what Ian just said about characters, like, can you imagine if I was just doing a Google spreadsheet? Like, that's important context that, I mean, I would have to do it in my game. Maybe some games would have to do that. Maybe some games wouldn't. I'm imagining it's pretty common for an RPG to have like character bios maybe written somewhere, some sort of reference. I'd love to be able to hot link to that reference or have it be on hover. That seems pretty good. Especially because like if your job is to localize something like this, like you are a cinema, you want to be able to do the job quickly, right? So like understanding the basics of what you have to do, context makes you go faster, right? It's not like additive stuff. If you have the context, then you know how to do it quicker. This is where you start doing components. Then you can go over here and you can say, okay, I want this to be hey, how's it going, software artificer? And you'd want this to be hyperlinking. Penpot is good. Yeah, Penpot's good for that stuff. It's like, I mean, it's basically Figma, but free and open source. Hey, Robin Rhombus Head. Do I not have a cooldown on those? Oh, I guess because I redeemed it a while ago. All right, go on. What color? It's green. Sorry. in a way, you know, having access to the Unity project would be great for this. If they were able to use Unity, well, no, because then you would need everyone to be able to do that, including fans, if they were doing fan translations later. But you would want some kind of like almost gettable version for this, right? You'd want to be able to like push changes, review changes, have like pull requests. I feel like that's actually huge. Roll back changes. I don't think you could do this. I mean, maybe you could use Excel as the backing thing, but like, why would you at that point? If you're going to make a front end for it, you might as well just use an actual database system. Or even just anything is better than like one giant document, I think. Like, this is what the problem is, right? If you use Google Sheets, what you have is just a bunch of text. Blah, 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 right? And that's in cell, you know, A1 is blah, blah, blah. And you could put a GUID in there. You could say, okay, next to blah, blah, blah is the GUID. But this and every other thing in this have no relationship to each other. They're just, it's a bunch of text. So if I have a document somewhere else that relates back to this GUID that changes something about it here, this doesn't actually know about this. Whereas a relational database, you would say, this is a view. This is, I'm looking at some query, and yeah, here's all my text and blah, blah, blah. But actually this thing and this thing and this thing and this thing live in a table together based on how the data wants to be structured. And that table is the source of truth. And this is just a rendering. It's just a slice of that data. So like for me, for example, and it's the way that I've got the cutscenes in the game, I have scriptable objects like rows 1. This conversation, the dialogue, it lives together. This is like a file for this conversation. Now, if I was going to do that by having Google Doc spreadsheets for every conversation in the game, it's just not, it just doesn't make any sense. Like best case scenario, you would want everything as close as possible that was related to each other as possible. There's probably, like, I guarantee you there's a solution out there that does this, but I'm just spitballing on like what I would do because I think it's good context. It means that I have some empathy to go on. Just like what Ian, you suggesting this right now, it just made me go, oh yeah, that's important. Whenever I review a solution, I'll need to make sure that that this is worth doing, that this is like a feature that it has. And like, it'd be great. Wouldn't it be awesome if you have something that lets you do this? That says, hey, when I hover this, character, I get a little bio about the character on hover, and I can click it to go to that character's actual page or whatever, where you can retranslate the name or do something about it. Maybe write some notes about the translations. They do. Yeah, they actually do. That's the other thing. Exactly. These faces are different. Like Armin here has got a sad face on. That's stored in the game. So yeah, I would want to render the correct face here so that you understood the context of what the character is saying. Perfect. And honestly, there's something here where there's tension here, right? Between the game, right? There's like the game. And then the tool. The source of truth is always going to be the game. So if the tool needs to be closer to the game, the more and more the tool needs to reflect what's in the game, the more you ask the question, why not just have the tool be in the game? Like, why do we need to replicate everything that the game shows you? If more context is valuable, should this be an in-game tool, you know, or like something where you can be like, if the answer to how do I get more context is either bake it into the tool or go play the game, maybe there's a point where you say, hey, go play the game. Here's a button. I mean, I already do that. I already do that in the game right now. You want to see this cutscene? Check this out. Rose. Where is she? It's not going to let me do it. It's not going to... Just because I wanted to do it right now. Let's say we were inspecting Rose here. Okay, so that's... Why is that not working? Anyway. You would say, oh, Rose, yep. We're looking for number 1, play. Right? Like, so you can preview quicker. Another one might be like voices in the night. When this is all working correctly, you should be able to double click this, which auto takes you to here. You click this, you click that, you press play, you're watching the cutscene. And you know that based on this. So I could create some kind of, you know, maybe there's like a hyperlink to a gameplay video, but that's the thing. You don't want to separate. You don't want to create additional media that's not referenced. So like maybe if you have Unity open, you know, it auto jumps you. It just hyperlinks inside of Unity to do what I just did virtually. You know, the only problem is that to translate the game shouldn't require you to be a Unity developer. That's the only thing. So you would say, okay, what is the separation between these things? Well, one is like install Unity. Which, yeah, we probably don't want translators to need to do that. So that's like the reason why you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't have it just be an in-game tool because there's a barrier there that you can't cross. And then also like understand the project. You know how to use Git. The thing is, what I think maybe some don't realize is that this job that we're talking about today, the localization job, is a job that is worth like potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars. Getting this right means you get to reach new audiences for the game. Like it could be millions. Like having a good system to localize the game into, you know, Korean, Chinese, Japanese. If I couldn't do that, I'm losing. You know, if the game sells like 500, you know, say $1 million worth of units in America, that's a population of 300 million people. Well, China's population is 1 billion. So, and the player bases, I have the data to show that like the player bases are just as big. They're interested in playing the games that everyone else is playing. So like, even if you consider the US game playing audience and the Chinese game playing audience to be the same size, okay, you just doubled your revenue. If you get this right. So it's something that I would 100% spend a lot of energy making sure, or resources or whatever, money, making sure that this part was good, that we had a good way of translating the game. I would even, like, personally, I would even consider this something that I would invest a separate business in. Like, this is that valuable. Yeah, maybe. That's what I'm saying. I'd be happy to work with someone who knew how to do this. If I had the resources to do it, yeah, I would pay someone a lot of money to do it, because they'd probably make me a lot more money than I would spend on them. Yeah. And so what this exercise today is for is letting us set our expectations for what that would look like. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there are like localization products. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Literally just did a big round trip. Yeah. See the progress bar? I just had that intuition. Yeah. Pretty close. Original, translated, description, status. That's literally what I'm drawing right now. The only thing I'm missing is status. And it would be good, like there would be like an approved or something like that on the other side. So like, let's go to this. Whatever. Good. Like this, block listed. That's cool. And I would have a player program where players could play test these. And so the stages would be something like this. It would be like to do proposed beta, or like rejected, accepted, and then some sort of like rating, maybe. I think that players should review. I think that, well, this is the thing. It depends on how much money we're paying the people to do the translations. I think a lot of companies already offer that. They say, hey, we have a team who do the translations, and then we have a team of reviewers. From like a business standpoint, like you probably want someone on your side. It's like a lawyer in a contract. You probably want someone who's validating separate to the people who are producing so that there's no corruption. But that's a conversation for, it's about resources as well. You know, like, can you afford to have someone do an independent study on whether or not your translations are good? Ultimately, player satisfaction is our priority. So like having players say it's good is more important. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, I would want like a team of people who have no connection to the translation team, who volunteer, who are like from the Indie Tales community, basically. And I would just give them like an in-game shortcut to toggle the text back and forth, so they could just see as they're playing the game, what's that in English? What's that as the proposed translation? Oh yeah, that's good. And I would give them the same tool, and I would let them like thumb up or thumb down in the web tool. Yeah, like this thing here we were just looking at doesn't have the character. It's just text and text. So already it's going to be, you're going to struggle. There's a name here, a name field. So maybe you could add fields. Keyword, tag, lock, yeah. I'm sure this is probably good. What was the other format? Pasolo. Bro. Ay, ay, ay. They've gone full depersonal. You can download this fact sheet about all of our AI features. Okay. Well, Yeah, this is one of those tasks, I think, where if we had someone who was an engineer on the project, who was a dedicated engineer, I would make this one of their tasks. I would say, do this. Give me a review of the possible solutions out there and propose something that we can use, and then we'll just use that, and you'll be responsible for making sure it's done right. I would just delegate it to someone. And you would do this as like segmented. You could say like, based on the status, the collective status inside of it. This is like approved, proposed, rejected, and then total. Oops. Hmm. I can't drag that, unfortunately. Cool. So, feels pretty reasonable to me to do things this way. And then you would have like, maybe just call it back. And then, so what's higher than this? Just the chapters. I don't think it's necessary. It wouldn't be that important to be able to toggle languages from inside of this view. Like if I clicked this and went to like French, is that valuable? But actually, beyond this would be the top level, which would be Insignia translations. And then this would be like English, Japanese, French, Russian, German, whatever. So maybe you would drill down this way. It'd be nice to be able to view them all like this, like compare the translations. I think that's valuable to do. But maybe it's not necessary to drill down into them. Character limits, you would have to qualify them by the type of thing that it is. So this would just be a baked in limit inside of this kind of field, and you would have different fields for different things. So this is like a conversation field. This is a dialogue field, but then you would have a different kind of field for like item field, you know, where you would have like the or like label field. And then this, you would detach that and then create component, and then you wouldn't have a character, you would have the label would be just like that. And it might have like a shorter character limit. So like dialogues can be multiple lines, labels can be one line, and you might have a set character limit, sure. I could see that. Or you could even do it like this. Character or label keep the same structure. You would have like a, I don't know what you mean by that, but just a sec. So yes, you would have the character limit also be there, or whatever. It's hard to do. These two become vertically stacked like that. What if you place the XY characters above the field on the right side? Up here. Yeah, that'd be smart too. Anyway, for now, let's just pretend this is fine. So, yeah. I mean, that feels pretty good to me. I don't think I want to explore this any further. I think I'm already pretty satisfied with what we've done today. I think I have a pretty decent understanding of the space that we're working in and the kind of relationship with the work that I would want to have. I like this idea of like an approval process. We would need some sort of version control. I think we'll need like a considerations page or something. Maybe we have like a boop and a boop. Considerations and fire in the sky. Okay. Cool. Hey, Robbie. Well, I've been pretty tired today, so I just sort of did the thing that made me most comfortable right now, which is to have a think about our localization strategy for the game. And I just mocked up a little UI for how that would look. Not that I would be building this UI, but just so that I can understand it. So the idea would be you have like Insignia, you have all the different localizations, you have the different chapters of the game or like system or whatever, and then you drill down and then you have like all the cutscenes for a chapter, you drill down and then you have like the conversations in the game, who's talking, the English, the localized, and then any kind of brief. Maybe the brief would be somewhere else. I don't know if that would be the best way to show it. This would show the character expression, and then there'd be a status. So somehow there'd be an approval process that lets them propose the work and then get knocked back if their work is not good. Maybe it's play tested. And you would have this, for example, be hoverable, so you could see what the bio was. And then be like a version for labels as well with character limits. There's another layer to this, which is like security. So who has access to this thing? And then the actual like development, like implementation. How is this done? I almost think that a GitHub based solution would be, there's almost like, this feels like a code base with a front end. Do you know what I mean? It feels so similar to like the game's programming, that having there be using GitHub basically as having it be a repo and having it be accessed by contributors and having Git be involved seems like a pretty reasonable way to do it. So then storing the data in a way that could let it be tracked on a repo feels really valuable. And then we just need a front end for pushing, for basically editing it. That's the only thing. But if you just store it in a local repo and then you just use Git to push and pull, that feels pretty reasonable. I mean, maybe that's just... At that point, you don't need a server. For good translation, you need context with the phrase. Well, yeah, we've already accepted that there would need to be some way for the person who's doing the translation to access the game somehow. That's this. Because I don't think it's feasible to expect the translators to be in the Unity project. So they'd either need to be playing the game alongside or doing something that hot links the game to a specific point, or a way when they're in the game to be able to click on something to go to the translation file for that thing that they clicked on, or something like that. I think is fair, or a picture or a video or something. That all seems pretty reasonable to me. You know, even showing, assuming it's not going to change once it's validated, like showing this screen, and then, yeah. Would the game always have the proper subtext? Well, that's why I have the ability for me to give a brief. That's what this is. The cutscene brief, or the brief for the specific line. You need, the context is important. That's what this would do. This would like toggle this to show the brief or something like that. Maybe you hover it. If there is a specific prompt, but there might not always be a prompt. Like, I think that there would be parts of the game where I would just go, it's fine. Just, this is all plain English. It doesn't matter. But then like this specific cutscene, here is a special connotation. Oh, you've been half listening. Okay. Well, that's fine. Yeah, I like it. Okay. And it's like, I could build this in Unity. This is buildable. It's just like, do you really want it to be in Unity? I guess not. I need like a node-based, but I need to learn how to use Node.js so that I can start building stuff more comfortably on my own. Like, to be able to spin up some solution where I'm making like, or like Electron or something, where I'm just making local apps, like web-based apps, is so important to me. I really want to be able to do it soon. I just have too many ideas that I want to develop. Hey, Booyah. How's it going? Oh, bye. Like everything I just did here, I know that all of this, I know that I could code this, you know, with some sort of markup. I know that I could write the schema for it. I know I could do all of that. It's not complicated. Like I built this, so like, duh, it's not hard. It's just like, I don't have a lot of experience outside of like Unity. Lovable? What is lovable? You mean like Love 2D? Lovable AI. Oh, okay. Right. Figma to lovable. Yeah, I want to be able to do it myself. For me to be able to use these tools, I need to be able to recognize what good code looks like good solutions look like. What I don't understand is the models, like for using, say, Node.js. I don't know what best practice is for the architecture for how you would build something. Like, I'm sure I could learn like how to do things, but it's like, okay, what's a good way to do things? Yeah. All right. This is fun. I'm going to move on. This is really good stuff. It's now 3:30. What did we do? We did work on game map for a little bit, and then we did a couple hours of localization, strategizing. All right, I'm going to take a break, and then we'll come back. And do you want to work on the Unity overlay with me? There are just some things that I guess I could do some UX for it. I just know that I'm a bit tired today, and it's hard for me to work on Insignia when I'm feeling this way. So rather than flog myself and get upset that I'm not getting productive work done on Insignia, I'd rather get productive work done on something that feels novel. So maybe we do Unity streaming overlay. We'll see. I'll have a think about it. Let's take a break. We'll be back in a little while. I'm also sick of this happening. You see this? This Discord gallery not being functional? We'll get it right. Okay, we're back. Hang on. I have a raspberry in my tooth. I think I got it. Yeah, just a pip. Okay. Dude, I just discovered raspberries and how good they are. All that fiber and no sugar, or not a lot of sugar. Amazing. You're telling me I could just scoff handfuls of raspberries all day? And I get to poo cleanly and I don't get a massive sugar spike? Amazing. All right, Unity streaming overlay. We can leave Unity open, but I don't think I need this anymore. The seeds in their teeth are not amazing, but they're so yummy. All right, check it out. Let's change this. Unity streaming overlay. I just have to wait for Unity to open. Just give me just 1 second. All right, it doesn't matter. It'll happen on its own. In its own time. Let's save Insignia for now. This is something I get to do like an hour or two every 2 weeks. The Unity streaming overlay is an overlay for my whole Twitch stream that I'm building inside of Unity. That's what it is. So what I've done is I've built a bunch of features already. I have a Pomodoro system. I have my gallery for Discord, which is not quite finished yet. The Pomodoro, I mean, none of it's finished, but you know, we're getting there. I have the chat. I've got APIs to pull in things like view accounts. Quick, somebody type something in chat. We'll see if it works. Look, see? There you go. So, what I need to do is do a better job of this. Just keep working on it. I don't really have, I guess we need like an MVP because I haven't really got like a target. But the idea is like there's a bunch of stuff when I'm working day to day. And let me see if I can bring something up here. Yeah. So I have this thing called Adam C. Eunice brand. And this is like some new stuff that I'm doing. But I want to do a new thing called streaming overlay. Blah. Where we get to we think about how to streamline things I have to do manually right now. Okay. Hey, Fractals, thank you so much for the sub. So that's my goal for today, is think about this a bit more. So like, for example, e.g. streaming title /chapters /Pomodoro. It probably should be a thing that these things are all kind of tied, or an option to do something to tie these things together. So like right now I have to edit a text file. If I want to change the thing that's in the bottom left of the screen, that Unity streaming overlay, I have to press this button here, which opens up a text file. And then I type in Unity streaming overlay, or like, you know, whatever, new streaming overlay. I save that. That now gets set to the bottom right automatically because OBS is just spitting the contents of the text file out. And then if I want to do a transition, I press this button and it looks at the same string of text to show it there. But what it doesn't do is change the Twitch stream title. But we could make it change the Twitch stream title if we wanted. Because like, why not? Right? Those are all the same thing. Also, like when I'm working in Pomodoro, like we could chapter the stream such that there's a button I could press where you guys could see, what the hell is going on with my hair today? My gosh. A button I could press so that you guys could see like the last 5 things I did today on the stream, right? Like I could just like push a button, or when we go into Be Right Back mode or whatever, I could show you the last 3 titles, you know? That would be great. So yeah, the first thing is title, Pomodoro, chapter. These things should all be the same thing, or able to be bound. And I guess like there's an idea here that we're just talking about right now of like, hey, we got a thing. This is 1920 by 1080. You know, it would be something like this, where you've got boom, 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 boom. Why is that like that? Why didn't that round? You didn't round at all. There we go. And I can show you like, hey, today, what did we do? It's going to be a bit harder. Hang on. You know, new Unity overlay. You could even say how long we spent on it. We did some map, Insignia map stuff. We researched. We researched localization. Okay, we did 3 things today. That's great. Yeah, that's the that would be cool. I think it might be worth. There we go. We also did all that stuff too. Look, amazing. Why not just build a web page doc for OBS? I don't like making things in web pages because I don't want to be locked into web for this. I just don't think it's the tool that I want to use for this job. That's all. Because I don't want to build like, what I don't want is for this to be built out of like web modules. I want this to be like a TV show. And the modules in the TV show are like animated motion graphics. I don't want it to just be like, here's the thing. Well, here it is. It's a little styled web page in the bottom right-hand corner. It's like, or bottom left. It's like, no, this is like, shoo, here it is. Ba-da-da, shoo, here it goes. You know, I want to like this thing took ages to get working in OBS. It's like I had to create something in After Effects and then export a transparent video in 3 different states, in, idle, out, and then create a new scene in OBS that created the first 2 as transitions and the middle one as like a new scene with a text box in the middle. And I can't animate the text box because, you know, like it's just too, I mean, you could do it in web. But I'm not as proficient in the web as I am in Unity. So for me, like doing motion graphics in Unity is like not that complicated. Maybe I will find that it is better off in like After Effects, and maybe I'll go back to that later. But for now, I just want to do this way. There's also other things like collating API calls. There are a lot of like solutions that have to be invoked on my desktop. Like I have this thing. I have like a script that's bringing in requests so that we can run the gallery in a command prompt, because there's like a Unity tools repo that we've got that pulls a bot. It's like a bot that pulls all the GIFs from the Discord showcase into this. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like a separate solution that's not even, OBS can't even handle that. So like, why not just do it all in a script in Unity? Along with pulling in the chat, along with everything else. Pulling in the view accounts. I'm also like using an old unsupported thing called stream labels, which doesn't really work, but still kind of does, to show up all the data at the top here. Like how many followers and stuff like that. There's just legacy stuff that I don't like having it clogging up my taskbar. There's at least 3 taskbar items that just like have to exist so that I can run the stream. Okay, so so you would call this like Pomodoro, or like tasks, or like today. Someone's calling me and it always comes up as potential spam. Now, you made this? Yeah, like that's cool. That's fine. It's a similar thing. You know? Hey, Jitspo. Whoa! It's gonna hit me. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with OBS. It's just not a framework that I'm super used to. So like what would be cool is like a later as well. You know, and we could pull that. Yeah, we could pull it from somewhere else. I think this is where you kind of might need like Notion. And I'm starting to think that this stuff, I'm almost at the edges of what can be done here. It's not impossible. It's not impossible to make a bot, not a bot, like an extension for Figma that would play nice with my Unity thing. But we're almost to the point where it's like me shuffling boxes around. I'm one step away from like just using something off the shelf that's a bit better, that can actually store like the dates that I worked on for these tasks and like be closer to almost like a Jira. The way that like Notion is. I don't know. I'm still 50-50 on that. I don't know how much I actually want to do that kind of stuff. This is just like steps in the right direction, you know. Okay. So, yeah, like a panel that shows you guys what's happening. I think is a cool idea. Especially for people who want to catch up. I think you would do it the other way, right? You would do it like this. Maybe you could even do this. And I could pop this in whenever somebody asked, like, hey, what's going on today, Adam? Yeah. And then you actually create, maybe we could do an API to set up chapters inside of, well, no, chapters get created in the VOD when you change the VOD title. So this would literally do that. That's what I'm saying. Like if doing this, if shifting this to the next thing also changes the VOD title, it creates a chapter in the VOD. And we could have it do like a every time I do it. So it becomes like a moment, you know, in the stream. This is like day planner / chapter. Chaptering. That's cool. what did I just talk about? Metadata. Cool. Sports Center. I mean, I used to work in broadcasting. So if you mean just like the concept of like a schedule in sports broadcasting, then yeah. It's actually also like a TV schedule. Like if you, the old way, if you're watching like cable TV, you'd see what's coming up in the day, now, later, on demand. So that's cool. Another thing that I want to do is why don't I like the current one? Okay. A lot of this is just going to be, I want more control over this thing. Okay. Another one is just like a new motion brand. So like, right now, I mean, most of the time you want things to be pretty static, but there should be times when it's not static, times when stuff's moving, happening. Another one would be like better user integration. Maybe we want to take advantage of like chat integration. So like allow chat to impact what's on screen. Yeah, like all of the, like new follower, new subscriber, maybe like just little stuff like that. Currently, there's just no, Insignia branded version of that. It's just kind of pretty static stuff. It'd be cool to use like not saying that it needs to do this stuff, it's just an opportunity. We could do our own separate thing. Okay. So, I was thinking of going flatter. I really like the colors in maybe you can't see that. You can see that. I really like the colors of this. So if it felt more like this, I feel like that would be really cool. More like my editor. The theme, the ocean theme. Also, consolidating chat altogether would be a big one. T's of S. So lots of opportunities here. Look at the hair that I had. It was so long. What's next? What do you think, chat? Let me throw it to you. What would you like to see? Is there anything about the experience of the overlay and the structure of the stream, how I run the Adam C. Eunice stream, that you think would be better based on other streams that you've used or that you've watched, sorry, or yeah, just your experience there. Like, for example, right now, I'm blocking part of the screen. Like, is that ever an issue for you? Would you prefer if the picture-in-picture was a bit more separated? You know, something that was more like this, where I could like push. I think this is a tool I'd love to use to create anyway. Just like a button I can press that pushes the window behind me that way, so that you can just see what I'm covering up. But is there anything like that that you guys just like pain points or things that you miss that you have in other streams that you watch? You don't often see the stuff at the top that I have. I think that's a little bit dated. I think I designed that originally because I wanted a bit more like cred, you know, like I wanted to like show that, hey, like we've got this many viewers, or it was just good for the purposes of like archival stuff as well, like tagging in VODs. You know, if I go to 2022 to a random VOD, I can see how many followers I had. I can see what the subscriber counts were, that kind of thing. Not that that's like, I don't know if that's necessary. It was a like, it was a thing that I put in there. It's also, I think it is valuable to show like who the most recent follower and subscriber were as just like a way to acknowledge them. But do you guys care about that? That's a thing, you know, like how much of that is valuable to you? I think it's nice for like people who just followed to be able to see the mark that they're putting on the stream, maybe. But it could be more temporal. It could be something that just goes away after a minute. It doesn't have to be on screen all the time. There is also an aspect of this that the stuff at the top and the bottom is, it's there not just to show that information. It's there for privacy. Like you can't see the tabs, you can't see the taskbar. That's on purpose. So, yeah. All right, we'll wait a bit. What about you, YouTubers? For everyone watching on YouTube right now, not that there's that many. Some people have donation goals, sub count. Yeah, I don't think I would go that far. I don't really care about that stuff that much, unless we're doing a specific thing. How many hours of reprieve do we get in 5 ads if a row before one another hits us again? I think it should be an hour. But I've got I have like low ads. I don't know. I think playing music is important. I also think that commands is useful, like what commands I can press. Yeah, that'll be in a bot. I mean, like I can't show that on the screen, but certainly like... I do get people coming in typing like exclamation mark commands or something like that. Did you have that set up in Stream Deck? Have what set up in Stream Deck? Oh, you want like a marquee? You don't have to use a bot, sorry. Wait, what? I think we're talking about different things. If you, the users, want to know what you can type in chat, what commands you have, that's not something that I would want to put up on this screen. Like, I wouldn't want to disrupt the stream because one user wanted to do that. Yeah, that's a bot. What are you suggesting? Stream Deck. Stream Deck is this thing. That's not gonna... I'm not trying to show that on the screen. Because like, it would just allow anybody to just flood the screen with commands. I think... What do you think about the amount of chat that's on the screen? Like right now, I can show up to 4 messages if they're 1 line each. Would you want to see the chat as larger, as smaller, as, do you want to see more of it? More messages? You want to see it? I was considering having it above my head, like up here. One of the best layouts. I think I have a good layout too. Chat height is too short. Yeah, the issue with that is I just can't afford to creep too far in because I'm working, you know. It is short. I think I might want something that's maybe transient. Like I can make it bigger or smaller, or it can grow or collapse depending on how many people are chatting. Maybe. Also, like I could put myself on the other side of the screen too. I like being, well, I like it when I'm looking at you chat right now, it looks like I'm looking at the chat in Twitch, which I am. Like I'm looking at Twitch chat right now. So it looks like I'm looking off to the right. If I was on the other side of the screen, doing that would mean, yeah, that'd be too hard to do. Like my work is here and it's here. So that's probably fine. I think me bottom right is correct. Chat in the middle. I don't know. It's hard to justify changing much, isn't it? Okay, so you guys already like it. That's good. What about like how you guys don't like to see all the little characters running around the bottom of the screen, stuff like that? Is that valuable to you? I hate those. What about if okay. So you don't want gimmicks. What if it was like Armin announcing when a new follower, like if Armin ran onto the screen from the left side to the middle of the screen and said, "Hey, so-and-so followed," and then ran off. I actually do have TTS. If you donate bits, you can get a TTS on the screen. No one does it. That's the thing. We don't really promote it much, but you can do it. Insignia, sub, and follow-up pop-ups. Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to do more on-brand stuff like that. I think that would be sick. That's what I meant by commands. Really promoting features. I mean, you can do command. Right? It's yeah. There's also it'd be great for me, I think, to think about the things that I do in my week. And this is maybe getting a little bit far, but like, see this? This is my schedule. This is, if I was a TV show, this is what I'm working on. So like, maybe we could have little thumbnails, you know, for the different things that I'm working on. In the schedule. Like here. Do you know what this is like? This is like this. it's like what I already do at the end of a stream. This thing. We could do something like that. I love doing this stuff. I know it's probably like super superfluous and nobody cares, but like for me, thinking about what I do as a brand is exciting. I don't know why. I think because I just grew up in the land of like TV being such a big thing, that the idea of like styling what I do as a TV show just makes me feel happy. You want to vote? That's actually kind of cool. But it's not, you should not have control over my workday. Absolutely not. Maybe we could do something. Maybe we could, do you know what I would love? I would love to have a system where I could do ad hoc polls all the time. Just polling whenever you want. Hey chat, what do you think about this? And rather than have to go, like maybe we would do like proper polls in Twitch, but like I could just do a simpler system that was chat based, or like you know when people like bet, what is it called, like the points betting, where you could just like bet on something and the stream could pick up like, oh, like chat's talking about this thing. Even I could say it, hey guys, like what do you think? And I could just like do something on my side that set up a little panel that was like, you know, across the middle or something that was like, type blah to do this. And then it just balances the votes, and it's just its own little Adam C. Eunice, you know, voting panel or something. Yeah, I think the polls and betting stuff is good. I like the idea of it. If I'm in control of when it happens, for sure. But you could do your own as well. I don't actually mind if we had a chat bot where you could type in like /bet or something, and then something, and then you could all just bet amongst yourselves on something. I suppose you could use it to bully me, but maybe I would let you. So I think the left side of the screen would be good for a lot of this stuff. You know what? I don't like sections. I think they suck. Let's just do this manually. So let's just try to build something as fast as possible right now. What do we want to do? Do we want to like work on Pomodoro system? Or maybe implement tasks. That's what we want, a task system, or like chapters. We'll call them chapter tasks system. and then implement integrate. Let's just do that. Okay. 3, 2, 1. How do you run the game chops add and timer? The game chops thing is just it's literally just a marquee text thing inside of OBS. The timer is running from something called snaz. That's another thing that shouldn't have to exist. Why do I have this? Wait, we're going to fix that today as well. Okay, so we're doing chaptering. Let's go. We'll just call it, it could be called segments. Maybe that's a better word for it. Like a TV show, there'd be segments in a TV show. I don't want scriptable objects. What is this? In Pomodoro, I have Pomodoro and I have Pomo system, which does what? It has a series of Pomodoros. Pomodoro has a label and a timer and a start time and a duration. But a Pomodoro is different from a chapter, isn't it, in this context? Because a Pomodoro ticks down. So maybe Pomodoro is not the same as the segment. Is there some kind of like way we would want to break this down? I think this is like different streams of work, and the Pomodoro is like underneath that for an inside of the day. But if I was only working on one thing in the day, you would want to see all of those things blocked out. So it would need to be a system. Oh, it's tough. That's actually really hard. Damn. I don't know. Maybe. Ooh. I definitely don't want to have to set a new chapter every 25 minutes or whatever it is. So Pomodoro is a separate system. Let's just say it outright. It's just a different thing. It still is valuable, but create. Oh, so we've got segments. Create. Scripting, monobehavior script. And this is called segment. Okay, so what is a segment? Actually, I think it should just be a class. And what does it have? Public. I guess we would want times. I guess these would just be floats. Could be doubles if we want, but let's call them just floats for now. Or even integers based on seconds. And then the title of what we're working on. It'd be great to have like an image if we wanted. Maybe there would be a project. At which point we don't do that. We have project title, color, icon. I guess we don't want that. Okay. So you would have a list of segments. It could be a list of projects with times, but let's just call it list of segments. And then yeah, we would do some hotkey support for sure. So what do we want to do here? We want to have it be that when we have like a planned start time, and then we have like the actual start time. So that's just all you would do. I mean, you would just do that. But then this time is not, that's like not in actual, what's the word? I guess you would just never do that. You just have a list of segments just coming up later, blah, blah, blah. And then these would be instance variables based on like the thing that you actually did. So this would be whatever. You would still have a title, I guess. Like, would it be like, would Insignia chapter 1 be a title? Or would Insignia be the segment and then chapter 1 be the title? I guess the current task would be the the thing that you would use as the title. Again, this distinction between tasks and projects is an interesting one. Like if we're here, how would you want this to be? Let's look at a typical day. Let's look at today. If I was to flavor these, it would be like, hey, Insignia, Unity or something, or just free time or something like that. And this, we could break these up. I did things inside of this, but I don't think I would want the stream title to change when I did that. I would only want the stream title to change when I did this or this or this. So the internal tasks are just things that I'm doing. There's just like a current task, and that can be guided by Pomodoro or something else, and that's fine. I don't think we need the segments to include those tasks though. So the segment is just a project at a specific time that goes in a list. Okay, that makes sense. And so the schedule, the schedule itself has, I guess, like a public list of segment called scheduled. And then public list of segment called completed, and then a current. And then you'd have like a public void start segment, public void complete current segment. And then you'd have like public schedule segment get next segment. Oh, but it should be like no, it should be this, and then like if scheduled dot contain segment remove segment. Does this return? It returns a bool. Okay. Meeting alerts. Yeah, that's super valuable to have my meetings be populated. At that point, it's a calendar. At that point, it's just my day planner in a calendar, and that needs to live somewhere. That needs to be populated somewhere that's a bit more powerful than Figma. At that point, we would need like a Notion. I think, does Notion have an API? I'm sure it does. Am I using the new Unity input system? I'm not, Tony. Okay. So then this, we want to rename this. Nathan? Nation? Maybe. I don't know what that is. What is it? Workflow automation. But what is it? Like, what is it? A framework? Is it what is it? An app? Out of memory error. Hey, what'd I do? It's an app. Okay. Why is this not showing up? It says it's done, but it's not actually showing me my public fields. What? Probably can't compile because of this. It's a little bit meta. Just a little bit meta. Yes, please do that. Save, brother. Brother. Can you spare me some oats? It won't save. Why does it do that? Why does it sometimes get all screwy and say, hey, I don't know how to save this text file? I feel like VS Code does that whenever you change. If you add a file, yeah, just save it, dude. You're right. It's fine. Okay, that's better. Schedule is here. Still no public fields. Why? What is wrong with this? What am I doing wrong here? Public list segment scheduled. Oh, it's not serializable. Wait, but it doesn't have to be serializable to show a thing, does it? Oh, I guess not. I suppose it's also a class. Okay. And it also doesn't know how to do the formatting for that. That's great. Might have to restart Unity on this. Segments are not mono behaviors. So I would need some way. I need some way to add segment or populate this thing with segments. I mean, doing it in Unity would be fine. Otherwise, we'd have to pull it from somewhere. This is where the whole thing comes from. All right. Well, let's just for now leave it off. And I guess we want to design something visible. So let's hide our Discord gallery stuff, and let's hide the Pomodoro stuff. Okay. So this is a thing that lives on the UI, I'm guessing. On the canvas of the UI? No, this is something different. UI in this case means the actual HUD. I should probably call this like HUD. But then overlay probably just needs a... do I want the canvas? Maybe this gets called HUD. This is the thing that has the canvas on it. How do I want to do this? Did we run out of time? 3 minutes. The HUD is... Do we want multiple canvases? That doesn't feel right. Feels like you just want one canvas. And the schedule just like lives there. And the schedule lives here. Has a top and bottom of 0. And an X of 0. And then a position of 0. And then some width. And then an image. And then no internal canvas. And then this just has some color. Sweet. And then this could be above or in front of or behind the rest of it. Hello. One sec, pals. All right. So we got this little thing here. Beautiful. It's a canvas. That means everything else could be in the local space. So let's create a new rect transform and let's place it dead center. And then we can say, we could do like, now. Oh, but I wasn't done yet. Well, we did implement the system. Let's make a new one and call it layout. Okay. So we're going to need like a text mesh pro, text field saying now. And for now, we're just going to use whatever font. Why is this? Is it too big? Is it too small? Oh, wow. It needed to be quite big. Why is it invisible? Eh? It's in front of the schedule. If it was below the schedule, would it be visible then? Above the schedule? No? What the heck? Oh, this has got a weird material on it, but it probably doesn't need... yeah, it could do that. I'm confused. Is it because it's not a UI text? Isn't that what I created? Text Mesh Pro. Weird. So, what is a task? A task has an image, thumbnail, logo, icon, and it has a text label. And it has an image for a background. And we want to constrain the height and width of that. And the icon can be, whatever color. And the task can be, I kind of want it to be pinned to the top left and be like 300 wide and like 100 tall or something like that. Maybe we go wider. This icon, I think we want to control the size of the thing, but maybe not. Maybe it's always just like 60, 60 or like 80, 80 or whatever it was. And then the title is going to be whatever the task background. We can make some sort of a gray. And then this can be middle. That's good. And then this has an X thing of this, so it does that. and then this comes back. This is center aligned. Call it a span. Call it a cluster. So the cluster then needs to be anchored somewhere relative to the x-axis. Okay. And then the schedule itself needs to have an empty thing called content. And the clusters sit inside the content. And the content is this guy with like 64, 64, 64, 64. And then this guy sits inside of that. Perfect. And this also needs to have like I would give it a vertical layout group. Your stats, man, you could capture peak views for each task. Yeah, we could do analytics, that kind of stuff. That's not out of the question, but I'm not that interested in that. I don't really want to optimize it. So this does need a vertical, or does it? I don't know. So this is actually a segment, not a task. So it's everything here minus this. This can go in prefabs. That's the schedule. And then that goes in that. And then this is its own prefab called segment. And then that has the icon and the title. Cool. There should be a new thing called segment renderer, maybe? Segment view. Bro, killing me here with this. So we got an image there, we got a title there, we got an image background, and we're going to say background color equals project color. We also need, I think at this point, scriptable object window. Unless I'm going to source these from somewhere else. Hey, Need Games. How is that possible? These two things have spacing of, that's like negative whatever. How is that possible? If I said spacing of 0, how does this now? Oh, it's pivots it. I don't understand that. Middle left. Bro, why is this not like listing it? If I was to do more icons. Yeah, so the like, why isn't that then just spreading out? It's weird. I guess we just don't force a child to expand. Okay. I need some good fonts in here too. I think we're a bit behind. Okay, so I could do multiple segments. So hang on, this is what we would do. We'd say schedule has content, which has 3 clusters called scheduled or like upcoming. What did I call them? Later. Let's call it like later. Now. Earlier. Previously. For now, we could use a vertical layout group just because, but later on we won't. And then later, we'll have a segment. Could have multiple segments in it, let's just say. And then this needs to have also a vertical layout group. Nice. I don't know. Haven't decided yet. Hey, Darth Blackman. How's it going? So, ding dong, close that. Now, if I wanted to do this in such a way that it just auto expanded and collapsed, how would I do that? You create playlists on YouTube for this task. Sorry, my moustache is tickling my nose. You create playlists on YouTube for this task, creating the overlay. I'd like to see this evolution. Oh, you're wondering if I will create a playlist of times where I'm working on this thing? I haven't thought of doing that before. But that's what the feature is designed to do. That's the whole point of the feature, is to create the playlist, to create the chaptering that lets us do it. When the feature is complete, it'll be able to do what you're suggesting that I do. Okay. It's not a bad start. See ya. If I control child size, what is it that determines the child size? Why can't I say, the children in this thing are this big? Like, what am I doing when I force expand? Do I have to go here and then I set the size? Why doesn't it let me do that here? I guess because the segment is... No, I mean, I should be able to set a height there. Maybe if I go to here, I can set a height like 120 or something like that. With a spacing of like... Okay, cool. That seemed to do something. Don't love that though. Maybe 20 was too much. 15? And maybe it is just 10. Sure. Okay. So I would want this like sort of scrolling or something at some point. And I want to do all kinds of cool stuff with it. So we are going to have to do a bunch of animation parameters to make it work, but we're not going to get to that today. So we're just going to leave it, I think, as it is for now. $650, 700. Oh God, I hate when that happens. Why is this one wider than these ones? I can set the width. This says child force expand width, and this has a width of 500, and this doesn't have a width set at all. So what is making this width be what it is? This has a width and height of 0. And it says, hey, give me the horizontal fit based on the desired widths of the objects, meaning these things have to set what their width is. If I go over here to segment and I say 600, why is now 600 not what's shown here? I guess it just doesn't like to do that. This is where prefabs can be really crappy sometimes. It doesn't even, the concept of it overriding isn't even a thing. I don't even understand how that works. I think I would want this to fill. In which case, this, and this would need to have widths and heights. So this, I would say, like, well, the content, yeah. So previously, now, and later would have to have a width based on the total height, and the right side I would say is 0, something like that. And then the segments would have their widths based on this, with the horizontal fit unconstrained. This would be 0. But that's not how I want to do this. Well, I suppose it is. Okay. And then what? All of the segments. the parents of the segments say the horizontal fit is preferred size. Nope. Force expand width. Right is 0. Ding, 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 ding. Width. There you go. Okay. So now this, and this are all supposed to be 0. Okay. Cool. Sweet. Okay. It's going to look a lot better than this, but you got to get something going, right? So what I want to do is have it go like cascade down, like on the way in. It'd be cool even if they animated. Sometimes you add so many features to a game you forget it was already added years ago. Sometimes. So the idea would be for this feature, scheduled, completed, and current to be like that. And those are segments. So scheduled, completed, and current becomes previously, now, and later. Okay. Alrighty. What else? I mean, we sort of have something going there. We've got that. Replace snaz. That's a totally different task. It'd be nice to have a tweening engine in here first. Let's just quickly go to desktop. Go to, do I have a stream overlay version here? Yeah. So replace snaz. Add tweening engine. Let's do this one. I had a really good system for tweening for the archaeology game. I thought I did a great job on it. Let me see if I can grab it. I don't even think I use Tween Engine. I think this is just the whole thing. It's a tiny script. It's great. I'm going to use it. Is Insignia complete? Is that what you're asking, Rimmers? Oh, archaeology game. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'm going to install it over in the museum on Wednesday and Thursday next week. So this week was like pretty much my last week on it. There'll be a couple of things that I'll change maybe on the day, but then once it's in the exhibit, that's pretty much it. No more changes. All right. So, anyone trying to talk to me that I'm totally missing? Looks like nope, which is great. Cool. Okay. So, we have our tweening engine, start time, duration, value, finished, unscaled time, animation curve, unfinished. That's all great. Evaluate, get time, playing. Yeah, sweet. Oh, sweet. I didn't know that, Jitspo. Yeah, for sure. Just games worked on, not even released? I mean, I'd be happy to put Insignia in that list. What's the list for? Could you give me a brief rundown of what it is? So, we would need like a... I feel like I already need a state machine. Yeah, you can post. Sure, post it. Yeah, I already need like a state machine system. Let's see if I did a simple state machine for archaeology. It was a pattern, but not a system. That's cool. Sweet. Could you, or maybe I'll just do it. I know where I'll put it. Okay, cool. Thanks. All right, maybe we build a simple state machine. I've done this before so many times at this point. Okay. Does the state machine need to be a mono behavior? Nope. Okay, public. So we need a class called state. Okay. I think that's really it. Okay. Okay. Mm. Sure. In fact, there's a better way to do this. It's animation curve dot. It's a shame there's no. Okay, yeah, that'll do. Sweet. Okay. Whew. Is that something I can actually do? Is that going to work now? No. Gotta do that. Sort of. No animation. I think we have to call tween.play. What is this? When we set the tween, we set the start time. So actually, we have to say basically that every time. But then we have to know what the params are. So actually, let's be clear about this. What do we want to do here? I think we want to just a play option. Which we don't have. It's pretty crazy. I never needed that before. Oh, I never started the timer. Whoops. Hey. Well, we got movement. Sweet. Except the local position of this thing. What I really want is for the leftmost position. I guess the position of the object, if we're in the scene here, how do we know what the pivot view is? What the heck? Wait. Where did the Unity thing go that tells you whether you're not, like what the pivot type is? There it is. Oh my gosh. Scared the bejesus out of me. Okay, so that's pivot, and it's local or global, doesn't matter. So isn't its position just there? So then shouldn't, if I've set its position to 0, doesn't that solve all the things I'm trying to do? Target position is 0. Local position goes to target position when the tween.value is done. Am I doing something weird with the tween.value? We evaluate, and we always, I guess we're always going between 0 and 1. Curve.evaluate. Well, assuming the curve goes to 1, then yeah. So then what the heck's the problem? Yeah, it goes all the way to 1. Okay. So what's the... 0. But we're at 960. Where the tween value is 0, 0, this still says 960. Is that because the local position just lies? This pos x. But it already is that. I'm confused. What is it about Unity's system here that I don't understand? How is this not the position? Does this do something funky that I don't get? This is called stretch left mode. Anchored position. Hopefully that's all we need to do. Wow, that was all we needed to do. Why is local position and anchored position two different things? Why is that? But why does it have an offset? In the inspector it read 0. So like, why doesn't that 0 correspond to the local position .0? You know what I mean? You might be able to, yeah. I'll have to take a look at it. I guess I just don't understand what the difference between these two things is. Like, why does local position, what is the local position? Why is it at negative 960? When the anchor position says 0. Like, what are they doing? Does it not? It just is strange to me that that's not a resolved property that just knows what it is based on what we've set up. Like, it's like they have to start with a property that we don't know what it is. Hang on, I gotta attach that. Just Unity things. You would think that like targeting that would always equal where this, it should be that wherever this transform gets rendered, that's called the local position. Do you know what I mean? Like, and this says pos x equals 0. In every other context, if I look at anything else, like a normal transform, that's what that means. Cool. Oh, it doesn't know how to do it. Yeah, I just think they should do a better job of that. You know what I mean? Just do better. Just have done a better job already. That's pretty nice. And maybe the offset here doesn't need to go all the way. Sweet. I love being able to build stuff that just works. It feels good, you know, you build something and then you spam the crap out of it and it doesn't break. Probably should be a little slower. Sweet. Cool. Okay. So now, it would be great to give these offsets so that they cascade in. But we could do that another time. I think it's time to back up. Replace SNAS. Can we do that in 5 minutes? Yes. I should probably also be committing this stuff all to Git. Control Enter. That's what I wanted. Oh, I don't have... This is just local. Okay. Okay. So... SNAS is a timer. Okay, so somewhere I need to store this timer. I think it would be in Manager, but I'm a little scared of that. So maybe I'll just do a new thing called Stream Timer or something. So what do? You count down until 0 from a given time, and then count up from 0 once the countdown reaches 0. I don't know if we need that. Maybe we just need a countdown timer and then a Twitch uptime, a stream uptime. I don't know. What do you reckon? Uptime is already shown on the bottom. Maybe we just need a countdown timer. God, this is such a dumb... What is this? Why do I need a class for this? Perfect. That's great. Thanks, Jippity. Does this already work if I press play? No. It's doing it. But I don't want this. Whoops. Perfect. We did it. Adds timer. All right, that's going to be the stream, I think. Thank you, chat. It was a pleasure. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here. First of all, though, you should wishlist Insignia. Stop the clock. When you wishlist Insignia, you help me do what I do on the internet here. We are making more of the content every single day. We're getting closer to release for the game. And yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm doing my best. Focus now of the stream in general is, I mean, other than today, is like, yeah, getting Insignia in the public eye a little bit more while I work on it. And any support we can get in just getting more attention on it is as good as we can ask for. That's like the goal. Yeah, we're still like a couple years out, but I know how many wish lists I would like to have by the time we release. I know I'm very ambitious about it, so everything counts. I haven't changed my streaming schedule, but the streaming schedule has changed relative to different countries because of daylight savings, wherever you observe it. Oh yeah, I mean, it's something that I want to do a better job of. I've been chatting a lot with Swizz this week about how we could do a better job of it. For sure. Yeah. Okay, chat. Thank you so much. Who are we raiding? Moonwood. Thanks, everyone. Have a great weekend. I'll see you on Monday. As always, I've been Adam, you've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.